Oh, there we go. Hello, and welcome back to some game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Oh, I apologize. I am on the slightly tired side. Slightly wakey up side. Yada yada yada. So, we'll get into things momentarily, once I get all that. Hey, Jen. Hey, Devil. How come you already have a chat? I've explained this before, and I'll explain this briefly. I do not have a thing that purges chats between streams, so, yeah, as Devil said there, if you ever see chat at the very beginning of the stream, that's normally left over from the previous stream. That's just because of the way I've got my stuff set up. Was just curious. No, that's all good. I mean, there's a reason why, like, I just go... I've explained it a fair few times, and I'm fine explaining it again. It's not a problem. Just thought I'd go like, yeah, no, it's a known thing. Admittedly, again, it's one of those things that... one more message and you'll never have noticed. Right? It's very easy for it to be unnoticed within, like, the first 5 minutes of a stream sometimes. So hence why I just don't really get concerned with it. I could probably figure out a way to purge the logs. To, like, sort that out. But I can't be asked. This is the first time showing up at the start. That's fair. I mean, this is also the first time in a long time I've started at this kind of timing. So if anyone's actually noticed, so I'm an hour earlier than I normally would stream. This was actually during my summertime and what everyone else's winter time would be. The time I would stream for Europeans, but not for me. So what I mean by that is in most places in Europe, I would have been streaming at about 8 p.m. I think, right? And that was actually really good timing, because that was 8 a.m. for me. And then the time stuff changed, and if I was to maintain that, I would have to start streaming at 6 a.m. So I split the diff and started at 7. But I did feel that, like, it'd be better to try and see if I can go back to that. Because, again, it fits better for European times. Now it's 6 p.m. UTC. Yeah, well, I mean, I use UTC as my grounding point because it is basically the zeroing. So, especially at the moment, it is a one-to-one changeover, right? So, yeah, it's 6 a.m. again. At least it's not as bad as the period of time where I would start streaming at 5:30 a.m., so I would get up like an hour or two before that to get work done. That was horrendous, and I'm not going to try and go back to that. But I thought I'd give this week a shot, trying to see how bad it would be to go back to 6 a.m. This is the short answer. Or go to 6 a.m. So yeah, I apologize if I'm a little bit weirder at the moment. I woke up at 3 a.m. to get ready for today, and everything. Right. I don't even go to bed all that early. I went to bed like 8:30-ish, I think. Because admittedly, I was like, I want to watch a silly isekai action-y sort of show. Or a chill thing. Because I have another series I'm watching at the moment, but it's like, it's really good, but I was just not in the mood for it last night. So I sat down on my food and I'm like, I gotta find something. And then I decided to re-watch the first season so I could watch the second season of, was it Mao Summer Retry? And my god, I forgot how much fun that series was. I'm like almost done with the first season last night. I think I've got like 2 or 3 more episodes left to go. 3 AM. Oh, so keep in mind, again, my alarm is set at 5 AM. I typically wake up at 4 AM. Or sometimes a bit before that. So waking up at 3 AM, well, like telling my body to wake up at 3 AM is not exactly hard. But the reasoning behind a lot of that is I'm very, very weird with my internal clock. I can actually get those times right, so if I go, I want to wake up early tomorrow, I will wake up early to the next day. My body will force that. But I've notoriously been really good at waking up super fucking early ever since I worked in a job that required it. At Macca's, when I worked there, for example, with the maintenance job that I had there, it wasn't irregular for me to have to get up at like, oh no, I had to be at work by like 4 or 3 AM sometimes. And I had an hour walk to get to work. And then, so then I'm sure you can do the math, right? It's nice to wake up before sunrise. I live in a perpetual state where I wake up before sunrise. One of the things that always set me against a lot of people is, one of the things I like to do is I like to open up my curtains early. I don't anymore because of how much stigma I got for it, but I would, when I wake up, I like to, especially if like, I'm gonna get out of bed and go to my office, right? If I'm doing something like that, now I obviously don't have that, but like if I get up to go to my office, I will open the curtains then and there. Because I'm not going to be in that room again until much later, potentially. So it's better to have the curtains open before sunrise. So I'll do that. However, when I'm like working at my desk, I don't like sun in the way because typically, no matter what I do, I will probably have issues with glare. Right? And I like to have control over the light in the situation I'm in. However, I do that mainly with stream. When it's off stream, I tend to have my curtains fully open. I had sunrise in your room. It's a point of debate between you and your family. I mean, opening your curtains is good to do. It's healthy to do. Helps with maintaining the general environment. But I know some contentious sort of stuff. You wake up early and I go to sleep late. Well, I mean, that's the case with like so many people when it comes to like interacting on a global scale, right? Like, I had friends that I would play with at this time in Europe that, like, yeah, it would get to a thing of, like, they're playing past midnight, I had to get up super early and then play with them till, like, lunchtime. So I would sometimes sleep, like, in the afternoon, just to compensate. Which I'll probably go back to doing again if I'm going to stay at this time. Have a little snooze in the afternoons, which will probably push my sleep schedule around again. I'll sort it out. Anyway, let's showcase where we're at with the game, shall we? For a little bit. So I've done a fair bit of work, here and there. Daywalker. God damn it. I've done a little bit of work. So what I'm working on at the moment, not as important. It's just something to do with enemy coding. To set up like a dummy to test DPS numbers and shit. But like here is, I don't know how far I got with some of this stuff. But this is the skill constructor stuff. So currently I'm working on the subtypes and super types. To explain some of that, the best, a super type is whether it's like an item, a weapon, an ability, an EX, whatever. And then subtypes are going to be a grouping of things. I have some of this written down somewhere in a Word doc. But it's basically going to be like describing what the ability is aiming to do. So think of like a weapon that would fire off a projectile will be a projectile weapon, alright? If it is firing it in the direction of like where you're looking or the cursor or something, it's going to be considered a focus weapon. So it will be a focus projectile as its subtypes. This is going to matter purely because I intend to do this to make it easier for a player to understand what the weapon's kind of aiming to do, but also means I can add synergies for specific things, right? So I could make synergies for focus weapons or synergies for projectile weapons, right? Like, all projectile weapons will move slower but deal more damage. I don't know, it's a really terrible example of the cusp. Aside from that, I've made a lot of like cleanup argument structures here and there. Again, I don't know how much of this I worked on stream or have shown on stream. It's been a while. I've also started working on the enchantment system, which I don't think I've talked about in a long time. Which we'll get into that more closer to when it's actually getting introduced. Because at the moment there's just still a lot that needs to be added. And a lot of things need to be figured out of how universal they're going to be or not. The player has gotten slightly more intense with certain things that they're doing. Now you can start seeing certain words in here that are going to be quite fun to look at, which is rollback. Right here we've got rollback get input, and then if I go to game manager, you'll see that there is a thing called multiplayer setup. If we go to that, you'll see rollback define player, rollback define inputs, and rollback join game and create game. This is really, really important, obviously, because what that is it's the beginning of the multiplayer architecture. Now, this is one of those things where I'm not going to be able to showcase anything like gobsmackingly amazing that you might understand immediately, and I apologize that it's going to be slightly on the complex side, but the best example I have for this is how we no longer test controls against this stuff here at the moment. This is the stuff that's not getting checked. So this is how we did the controls before. None of this actually matters. If I do that, it will do nothing to the game. However, if we go back to the core functions show here, you'll see that left, right, up, down are inputted like this. You'll see a lot of stuff is commented out because of debugging and setting things up correctly. I was coming across a lot of weird issues. But if we go into the game, we can showcase the fact that, because I think last time I showed movement, I don't know if I showed the map collision stuff. I don't know if I set that up yet or not. I think I was in the process of setting it up. Maybe. It's admittedly the last stream I did of this was like 2 weeks ago. And I've done a lot of little things since then. But we've got movement, we do collide with these things. Yeah, I think I talked about how, like, colliding against an object and moving up and down and stuff. I think that's what we did last time. But one of the things I've worked on, and this is going to be really hard to showcase like, easily, is, so I have, this button here that pauses the world, or, well, pauses stuff. It just triggers a pause. And then I think it's that unpauses it. Now you'll notice something really, really interesting if you pay real close attention to the movement. So I've paused here, I'm still holding down the button for going right. If I press unpause, I don't know how obvious that is. Yeah. It's obvious to me because I know all of the stuff really, really detailed. But if I do it again, so we're running to the right, I pause the game, and then I undo it, you'll see that it kind of looks like it speeds up. So basically what's actually happening is I have a speed modifier, or a time modifier, to the game, that, what it's doing is it's basically unpausing, starts from, I think it's 0.4 to ramped back up to 1. So it starts at 0.4, the speed that it would normally be, and then it ramps back up to exactly normal speed. I think if we go back to here, you can see game speed multiplier here, and then you can see in the step event, if it's not 1, it ramps up at 0.01 per frame, and I'll probably have to tweak this a lot, right? And then in the player, if we come here, you'll see that the movement of the character is actually determined by the speed multiplier here. The steering force and all that sort of stuff is also locked in by that. I don't know how much this is going to actually matter. I might muck around with some of these numbers a little bit, but for example as well, the image speed is affected by this. So it makes it actually feel like time, like, again, it's, the intention is the effect of once you come out of a pause, so normally only upgrades, time will speed up again. So it will feel a little bit more interesting for that. That's the goal with that feeling. You don't immediately get swarmed post, yeah, like, yeah, post unpause. No, I know what you mean. It's the intention of kind of like, yeah, it's giving you a moment of reprieve after coming out of, like, a pause. Or a pausing event. Like, keep in mind, at this point in time, it's only going to be upgrades that pause the game. So when you would get, like, an upgrade or, like, when a decision comes up on your stream, I'm going to probably pause the game. Right? Very much your level ups and stuff. So, with that being the case, it makes it a little bit more understandable and, it should hopefully create a better experience for players in general. That's my goal with it. Did I know? I did know, Roger. Oh god, I need to stretch. Oh, fuck now. Alright. I am waking up, I swear. But yeah, hopefully, I'll have to tweak the numbers and stuff like that, because I believe at this point in time, if I go to play functions, the multiplier starts at 0.4, and then ramps up. over time. Like this. How that ramps up and all that, I'm gonna have to muck around with. Because of the timing currently, this basically means after 1 second, you should be back at normal speed. From the situation, like the reduction. But I might do some weird math things to make it work better with FPS. To like calculate it out, so it means that if you have a different FPS, you don't weirdly or like if you lag, for example, you don't have a weird or long unpause time. It's still kind of over a 1 second. Math magic's always fun. Yeah, I mean, like, one of the situations I find myself in that I'm querying is how I want to do cooldowns related to that. So, like, how a weapon would work with the timed acceleration. Right? Like, projectiles, it will be easy, because I just make it so their speed numeric is influenced by that value as well. That's not hard. But, like, a weapon's cooldown, should a weapon's cooldown be affected by the time, the game speed multiplier? Probably. But, like, making a ramping number for that seems really weird. I mean, the way I plan on doing cooldowns, it should be doable if I was to do it, but it's like, I hope it's understood why I say, like, it's a weird thing to work with. I'm not sure how I quite want to handle it currently. But aside from that, I've been working on some characters off to the side. I think I talked very briefly about some of the characters I'm working on. I actually have a huge list of, like, abilities and passives and skills that I would like to add to the game. And I don't know who I'd be adding them to. I might actually transfer those notes from my notebook in front of me here to the Word doc so we can talk about some of them. Then I showcased last week. I posted in the Discord. Where was it? I think it was in Important. I posted the list of current characters that are being looked at for the near future. How many time dilations per minute will you even get? Will you get even? What do you mean? Like, how often will this occur? That's a good question, because I mean, it's gonna happen on level up, and there's gonna be situations where level up's gonna chain, right? Like, you might get, like, 5 levels at a given time. Like, there's no situation I currently see that's gonna make it bad, but I'll have to play around with how weapons are gonna work with it. That's something that I'm gonna have to work on. But yeah, so what was the list again? I mean, I can just pull up the doc. It should be here. Yeah, I think this has got some of the stuff. This was me, like, trying to see if ChatGPT had a good idea for how to do some DPS calculations, and it didn't. Oh no, it did, but it didn't. It was weird. It gave me some ideas to work from. I think this is the replan. Yeah, this is the redo replan. Lamau. I mean, it's, yeah. ChatGPT is not a great thing for some of the stuff. Right, yeah. So here's the list of characters at the moment. These are the list of characters that were done and developed in the previous game variant. Just close the GBT thing because it's just stupid. So this was the ones that were done, so they'll be probably a little bit easier to get done because most of their assets are ready. And I have reference point for how their kits will work. Even though a lot of them are going to get reworked and cleaned up. And then here are the characters that are going to be kind of what I'm actually working on now. as well while doing this. And if you look down here, there's also the weapons, and some of these are going to be like, this is an example here of what I'm talking about. These are the subtypes here. So how Iron Mike has AoE and aura, Demon's Umbrella is AoE projectile, Moth Goop is projectile DOT, stuff like that. I have my own opinion on who to add, but I want you to focus on your on the design for people. I mean, if you've got ideas, let me know, because if we go back to this list here, this is the list of, like, characters we've talked about before to, like, get added in eventually. Like, we have a lot of characters to go through at some point. And it's good, because, like, we've also got these characters down here. Some of these are in that list, as well. Pretty much everyone in this list here is a character that I've got their kit written in some capacity, even in just a draft format. Like how I've got Zen and Fauna's right in front of me in this notebook. Like, let's see, Fauna, what was her kit again? We've got weapon, passive, item, and ability. I don't think I've got her ultimate listed here. No, I don't have an ultimate listed yet. I'll probably be working on that. But, like, let's see. So, Fauna, her weapon is you drop a zone that will heal allies and damage enemies. And it'll probably be, like, drop where she is. You have 3 zones at a time, I think was the intention. Passive. When an enemy dies, has a chance to drop a sapling. After collecting enough saplings, plant a tree where you are that slows enemies and heals allies. Then you've got her item. When you take damage, heal over time equal to the sum of the damage dealt, up to 100% of the damage dealt. And then ability is when you would heal. So this is the thing that can be used on other characters, keep in mind. When you would heal closest ally and yourself for a percentage of the amount. That's getting healed. So Fauna is very, very heal-based, and is going to be one of the early, like, support-orientated characters, where she's going to be able to heal a lot of people, and heal herself pretty consistently, and that'll be the aim. Very much, like, team-orientated with a lot of that stuff. I do kind of want to do something a bit more than just healing with her, though. I'll play around with something better for that passive. I do like the idea of collecting the saplings and then planting trees, though. I think that's kind of fun. Where's Zen? Zen. Here we are, here's Zen. Zen's a fun one. So Zen's weapon is basically a cone of fire in front of her. Her item is every so many hits, she goes immune to damage for a portion of time, with a cooldown on that. Passive is enemies hit by the main weapon, grant cooldown reduction temporarily on death, decreasing at 1% per second is the aim. Or like a small percentage of the, like, it's basically however much you would get from them is, at least at level 1, is how much it will decrease by per second, so you can get bursts of cooldown reduction and kind of maintain it fairly easily. Her ability is a fucking nightmare to explain, because the wording I've got for it here is horrendous, and I will openly admit to this being a mistake. I need to word this way better. It's gonna be a summon ability, but it's not focusing on the summon. So it's, you summon a little gecko that will run around, and then every 30 seconds, it'll give you plus 30 max health. Again, numbers are subject to change. I'll say that right away. It gives you, let's just say, it gives you a small amount of max health, then it will heal you for a percentage of your max health, and then it will deal damage for a period of time based on your max health in an area around it. So yeah, it's the little gecko being a little shitbag. I thought that'd be fun. And then ultimate is basically getting an upgraded version of the main weapon temporarily, or amplifying whatever it gets evolved into, getting increased armor, and then maybe some form of like flight mechanic was what I was thinking. Because it's probably just going to be her growing big wings and floating into the air a little bit. So I thought that would be like a fun kind of way to do Zen. Also the UI, I've redesigned a lot of the UI stuff. I haven't finished it, so I can't work on it into the game yet, but yeah, here's like, again, this is just items and things. Combo's a real fun one. Combo is the subtyping to indicate that it occurs like on an event, so it works off something else. So Demon Blood's a great example. When you deal damage, have a chance to heal for a small amount. It's exactly how it has been in the past. But if you think about it, so that's what a combo would be. I know there's more combos, but it requires an event to occur for it to kind of work. There's a combo. I'm still tossing up whether this is considered a combo or not. Give me a second. Oop. But like Infernal Contract, which is Booby's item, is when you drop below 40% health, heal, and then gain the damage bonus. That's how it currently works. That, I think, is considered a combo because that again, it requires an event to occur for it to do its action. Like, you could make an argument for, like, Speak of the Devil feels combo-esque, right? Because Speak of the Devil is you gain area based on, I think it was your healing and your armor, I think was the values, which I might change that a little bit, we'll see. But the fact is that it's just giving you stats based on that. It's not waiting for something to occur. Which is the difference. Reflection, again, killing a set amount of enemies grants a temporary boost to cooldown rate and movement speed. That I consider a combo because it requires an event to occur for it to activate its effect. Hopefully some of this stuff will become kind of intuitive as the design goes further in. I can't say it definitely will, but like there's some ideas that I've come up with that'll be really interesting to see what people think of. Like one of the things I've got here, whenever, okay, this is a wild one to explain. Whenever any enemy would die, deal 1 damage to all enemies and heal all allies for 1 health. That is not a lot of number, but that is potentially a lot of damage. Like, that is a lot occurring. That's gonna be an interesting one to work with. I thought that'd be a fun one. I've got another one here that's like, see 1 less options while see 1 less options while leveling for the first few levels, but you gain way more experience. So it means that you theoretically get stronger faster, but you might not get strong in the way you'd want to. If that makes sense. It's stuff like that I've been like playing around with a little bit. Where the disadvantage is minuscule to the advantage. Feels like it might cascade fast. I mean, yeah, the like whenever an enemy dies, there's a reason why I'm tossing up whether the damage it deals is in an area or if it only counts enemies that are near you. It becomes like a question there. We'll see. It'll be definitely one of those things that, like, it might be really good for taking out, like, big crowds of enemies. But it also might just not actually be that strong, especially if I keep the numbers low. Because keep in mind as well, like, the healing is negligible. That effect is definitely an effect that you only would care about it for instance healing and not like amount healing. Because keep in mind, we're talking about a game where like, it's probably fair to say that the balance range at the moment is around like 8 to 900 health for the player. So 1 health gain is not even a drop in the bucket at that point. So it's a drop in the lake. Like, you passively heal more than that. On average. Now, you could amp that healing a shitload and stuff. Do I think it would be good on, like, some, like, Iron Mouse? Potentially, because she gets a little healing amp, right? And she does kind of care about instant healing, but her instant healing caring stuff was also, like, it deals damage based on the amount of healing, right? So maybe it won't be actually that valuable in that case. I mean, there was one that I thought was really cool as well. Yeah, here we go. So I'll make it so, this is a great one. So you can reroll your options when you would level up and stuff, right? But there's a limit to how many rerolls you have. This one here I wrote down, again, this might even just be a modifier, not even a thing you can put on a character, but it's rerolls cost 100 health, can keep rerolling as long as you can pay the cost. However, rerolls are then instead converted into max health when you would obtain a reroll. So you no longer get like normal rerolls, and it means you could theoretically reroll down to say like anything below 100 health left, but it's not max health you're using, it's just current health. So it does mean that like you could come out of a level up screen and be at 1 health if you're super greedy. Which I thought was just an interesting idea to play around with. Oh, that's another thing I was going to potentially work on. I also want to add an ability to skip a level. So if there's nothing there that you kind of want, you can skip the level, which gives you nothing. Like, you just waste that level up. And keep in mind, levels are progressively harder to obtain. So that's kind of really a huge disadvantage to do. However, I wanted to give something that's like level, when you would skip a level, you'd get stats. So it entices a situation that still probably isn't good, but I thought would be fun to play with. Right? These are some of the stuff that I've been playing around with design-wise to see, like, and trust me when I say, I have pages of these ideas right now in front of me that I'm looking at. What's another one I could just pull out of my ass for this one? Here we go. While above 50% health, deal bonus damage, but take damage equal to the damage dealt. And then while below 50% health, heal for a portion of damage dealt. Which basically means you're going to get to this point where you're stuck at 50% health. Maybe. We'll see. Might nuke yourself if you're not careful. Be kind of funny. Oh. Shit. Sorry. Stretching. Again, normally I would get a lot more of these stretches done before stream. But, you know, timing's weird to this today. But yeah, no, I thought I'd play around with a lot of these sorts of ideas. I mean, like, there's another one where it's like when you would gain a level, you get a reroll. I thought that would be a nice thing to give. But yeah. So that's why I say, like, the game looks like there's nothing really done. But so much has been prepped for in what I would argue a more correct way. That when this all comes through, it should feel really, really nice. But that's why I say, like, this is the time to kind of, like, give me info and or ideas to toss into the mix. I mean, there's some ideas that I've also got that I will not share because I want them to be surprises. There's one character I haven't started working on, but I have them noted down to work on, that I want to work on, that will be funny. Kind of, they'd be in the same vein as, what are they called again? The sub-expansion things that we talked about in the past. Where is it? The mini-seasons, that's right. The mini-seasons. Where we have, for example, here, it's like we've got the, Vocaloids, because the character themselves is technically copyright-free. You can do fan-related, like, art and content with them. I won't be doing music with their names, so I believe that's the thing that makes them, like, slightly complex with copyright. But, like, that will be a mini-season I do at some point just as a funny joke. Because it's like, these are VTubers, right? That's what the sub-season's called. The mini-season. But it's like, part of their kit has, or like, some of their kits have already been worked on. We've also got Toho's Bizarre Adventure mini-season that I put down. Because Toho is an open IP as well. It's technically, again, I'm doing this with technically not legally tied to anything, but feels somewhat funny to add to this. We've also got Mother's Day, which is VTuber Moms. We'll do that at some point as well. Or it's probably just gonna be like, the moms are gonna just probably be like equivalent to a skin for the character. If not just as actually a skin for the character. Like, I don't think I'm gonna make an entire kit for some of them, because like, Pekoro's mum, for example, like, I don't really know what I would do for her that make her interesting and unique that would feel good to do. But then I say that, like, Jin, for example, I don't know how I don't know if I'd be happy making Jin just a texture for Rin. I feel like that's disingenuous. But it's stuff like that I'd love to do. Mommy buff when wearing the skin? Yeah, true. I need to change some of these, I think. Down there. But yeah, so this is something I've talked about before. But let's just say there are a few more characters that are kind of in the vein of mini-seasons that I'm working on as well. But the weakness with it is, like, someone might suggest, oh, do, like, I don't know, Maxor or something. It's like, I don't feel like that at this stage is a correct choice. Doing, like, content creators that aren't VTubers. What I mean, like, adding a special effect that is personal to the VTuber mom. That is the skin. Yeah, like, that I think would be not an accurate way of doing it. Where it's like, they get, like, I wouldn't say per se a buff, but a stat change. Or something. Like, something to set them apart a little bit more. But again, like, this is also me promising a shitload of work that I have to do at some point, so. Rin's mum gets a bonus to collecting money. Do you know what Rin's kit is? No, we have to scroll up to Rin's kit before you say that. You do realize what Rin's kit is, right? Right, her passive is when you take damage, you have a chance to drop currency. Ability, you get more currency. Ultimate, nuke yourself, get currency. Fucking item, spend currency on blah, on fucking IKEA sharks. Like, what the fuck? I can't give you more money, because money is a meta progression item. The moment I add more money, like, this is already pushing the base, right? Like, that's why I'm like, eh. Yes, by the way, I stand by this. I don't like meta currencies most of the time, or meta progression a lot of these games, because I think it's done poorly. One of the ones I will always yell at, this, is a meta progression upgrade to increase the meta currency you get. You can eat shit and die if you add that to your game. Like, fuck off. I'm sorry. By adding that, all you do is incentivize me to grind at a low level, and max that out. And then you, like, it's because you max that out, you max EXP gain out, and then you just get everything all of a sudden. And you get it super, super fast. And it sucks, because it's like, you're not actually feeling strong, you're feeling like you're just playing the same game for a while, except you're seeing one of the numbers get bigger, and you still feel shitty. I will always hate on meta progression currency upgrades. So if you're wondering, Rin is basically the peak in what you can probably do for a long time that changes how much currency you're going to get. And there's a reason why her baseline item spends the currency. Because it means now you're in a situation where, do you want to run her passive, or her, her ability, on other characters to get more currency? Right? At the cost of, like, potentially weakening your character. Now you have that choice. And it is a choice that has to be made by the player. And I think that's much, much better of an experience. Me playing Marvel Rivals, all I have to do is the same thing, watch the number get higher. I mean, that's a different argument, though. Oh yeah, Devil, have you played with the Ultron? I've heard really mixed reports on it. Most have been very, very negative. I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. I saw some of the combos that got added and they look insane. I think there's one that's been added with, was it Storm and Jeff? But didn't play since Ultron released? Ah, fair enough. Yeah, like, I've heard a lot of negativity towards him because of the, like, the way it plays. I think one of the things that surprises me the most is that the healing drone breaks on line of sight, I think it is, that he gives. Which is, like, the big negative that I've heard of it, and I think is very valid. Too low damage and very little healing for a sport character. It was because the problem is, right, from what I saw, is he's a jack of all trades, master of none, but the problem is, all of the things he does, because he gives shield in a small area around him, his healing drone heals the target and also heals nearby allies, his damage is super low and has a lot of fall off, which is like, he is a support character. So, like, damage being low is acceptable. And then his ult is the only way he actually does, like, really directed healing. And, like, somewhat okay-ish damage. It's one of those things that I'd like to see the change being the line of sight change the healing drone, if that's still the case. I don't think that should be the way that that's done. And I think, like, because I think the shield has a duration, right? I'm gonna look it up. He has a sniper range, low damage. His healers heal over time, but it's barely out healing the training range base drones. Yes, I do know about that. I do know, like, that argument of the healing being a little too low. It's also as well, like, he has 250 health, which is really, really low for a healing, like a flying unit. So, it doesn't give me numbers here, but we can work with this. So, like, for example, this one here, right? So that's, summons drones to grant bonus health to nearby things. So this is the shield, right? I feel like the shield, it's probably got a duration, would be my assumption. He gets two-shotted by most good DPS players, yeah. Like, the only argument I've been hearing is it's like, oh, having the flying meta is, really, really shitty. And I'm like, okay, that's fair, but the fact that, like, the answer I've heard is Ultron's only good in a 3 support meta. Or, like, a support team. And it's like, that's not a good sign. But, like, this should probably be not permanent, but, like, it should have a really long duration. Follow an ally constantly healing allies with a thing, with additional healing for designated ally. The designated ally healing, if they're gonna do that, it needs to be really, really fucking good. But it can't be too good. I don't know, it feels like one of those things of it should get like a burst healing upon being attached. Right? People already utilize anti-flying tactics ever since Human Torch. Well, it's because you've got now 3 flyers, right? It's Human Torch, Iron Man, and Ultron. I think is the 3 flyers I know about off the top of my head. I think anyone else is like a dedicated flyer. I know some can float for very long periods of time. Iron Man, Torch, Ultron, yeah. Sometimes wait, so who gives Nano Ray? Nano Ray. Dayo desu. Hey, yeah. How's it? Is it Iron Man that's given it? Yeah, team up with Iron Man. Shouldn't this be just default? Right? Like, I'm not the only one that thinks, like, this basically sounds like what his, basic attack should be by default. Like, it sounds awful to say, but just, like, make him a slightly more, like, a slightly weaker and stat-wise and everything version of, how, like, Loki works, right? And just give him the fact that he's got more, like, direct action to take, but less damage, I guess? Like, he's got more support actions, but, like, less damage than that. And then you give him the fact that he's flying, it makes it feel unique and interesting that way. I play Marvel Rivals when Smite's right there. Dude, Smite's so good. I'm still sad that I have not played Smite in, like, forever. But Smite was a great game. Can jump up into the sky even for only a short while. Yeah, like, I mean, like, storm and shit like that can go and float. It'd be, yeah. I don't know, it's interesting to see the decisions they've made for the character. But the ability to set up turrets and drone healing stations was what I was hoping for. I will agree that I basically was expecting Symmetra. But, like, more interesting. Like, if you told me he could set a drone in a location, again, think of, like, set a drone in a location like Loki, but it's automated. It does its own shit. And he could just fucking put these dudes, like, he could put 5 of them down. And they kind of shoot, kind of heal, I don't know, do something. Like, I don't understand why he has healing and shielding when they could have just dedicated all of it to one. I would have think that would have been more interesting, make him a dedicated shielder. That would make more sense, I feel. Marvel Rivals? Yeah, we're chatting about Marvel Rivals a little bit, because I have a mate that plays it and he swears to the end of Earth that Ultron's one of the worst characters ever. And I'm just curious what other people would think on it. Like, I don't think he's the worst ever, but like, he's definitely... I think he came out with what people were expecting, and he's definitely come out feeling very weak. Like, the thematic flavoring of the fact that, his ult looks great. His ult is a perfect looking ult for someone like Ultron. But it's kind of sad that, like, the only thing that gives you the extra drones is his ult, right? As a defense setup specialist would work so well. Yeah, right? Like, I genuinely think that Ultron would have been better if he had drones that he put places and, like... Fuck, I'll be honest with you, right? The charm of, like, him having drones that he puts places and his, like, ult being he just throws drones at people to go suicide at them, right? Like, that would have also worked. Like, I think... Oh, fuck, imagine if that goddamn made it so it wasn't even heals, it was shields that it, like, did on hit. Right? So, like, make it so the drones will target highest health enemy, lowest health ally, and on hit, they will either deal damage or shield. And I think that would have been interesting. And then you could just, like... So you've got that as one of the abilities. I guess you still can have it so he just gives a shield to everything that's nearby, as well as an ability. And then, like, that's his ability kit. Drones flying kamikaze style, explode on impact, create damage in the place of explosion. Yeah, like, I think stuff like that. Again, zone control. Like, defensive zone control would have been really interesting as a strategy kit for him. Do you guys play it? I haven't played it since it released. But that's what I was saying. Like, a friend of mine plays it. And he plays it with a group, and I listen to his opinions from it. Terrain control for him to limit enemy mobility. Yeah, which it would be really funny as well, because it's like terrain, like basically ground control from a flying character would be a really interesting technique to do with his design. And I think that would have worked out quite well. It would also be super fitting for him, because it's just like, it's quite easy to counteract, because you just fly over the terrain. But it means that, like, certain you can build compositions very easily to counteract that, and it wouldn't be hard, but it also does mean that you've now had a choice of, do you want to be like, submitting to what Ultron does and his control? Or do you still want to play like a character that you're a lot more familiar with? Even if it means that you're at a slight disadvantage. Not even a drastic one either. Like, you could still probably jump over most of the terrain effects that you'd probably do. Yeah, I think it would be a solid way of designing it. Trying to get Gauss Prime? Fair enough. I mean, I still need to, like, actually sit my ass down and play some Warframe again. I played, like, one mission yesterday. And, like, that looked pretty decent. I'm wondering what I might need to do to improve this. Like, this feel. I wonder, again, it's one of those things of, I wonder if it will improve when there's more things to showcase, or more things to see. Because then you'll have more comparison points against the level time. I should probably finish working on the dummy. I was playing on your old because I forgot your main account password. My main account has Gauss and half of the normal frames. Fair. I mean, you can get your password back. It's not hard. I say that the original account I had for Warframe, which doesn't have really that much on it, I lost it ages ago, partly because of the password, but partly because it was far along, and when I wanted to play with a group of friends, we all kind of agreed to start new ones. So that's the new account, that's the account that I've been playing on still, is the one that I made then, which, that account was made, I think it was made with the Arkwing. Right, it was around Atlas release. I think that's about when that happened. Meanwhile, like, in case people are wondering with Warframe, I always say this, like, I've done Warframe streams a little bit in the past. It's hard to kind of justify doing, especially with the VTuber model. But if I pull up my Steam, I have over 3,000 hours in that game. At least on Steam's record, and I know I have more than that. Because I had the client downloaded separately for a long time. The account I currently have has, like, I think it has all but, like, 2 or 3 frames, and I'm actually built as well. And that is including primes and non-prime variants. Actually, I should be able to launch the game quickly and showcase it. I'm just gonna hide the screen for a bit, because it does come up with a part of my password, not password, part of my email. I don't really want to show emails. Oh god, that's right, your Rally Prime came out. Oh, Cavero skin came out apparently. Well, that looks pretty cool. Come on, figure out that there's no new content. Actually, no, I should be able to look from not here. Close the client. Was it a leaker frame? Was it leaker frame? What's the name of the program? Oh. It's a companion app to Warframe that one of my friends got me to get because it actually helps with relic farming. Because it tells you like it tells you how much value your items that you get out of the relics are and how much like what relics you kind of want to be farming. It can give you a guide thing for it, which is very useful. But it also means that it has a copy of my inventory as well. And it should be fairly up to date still. Probably has slightly outdated data, but you know. What doesn't? Once it launches, I think the problem is it's an Overwolf thing. So it has to launch Overwolf as well. So you have to give it a moment. Just need the blueprint. I mean, it's one of those things that I could probably have like duplicates somewhere. That's the problem with my account, is I just have so much of everything. I just sell. I don't sell for plat as well. I need to sell for plat. I did like a little bit of trading recently, and I got like immediately a few thousand plat. Just because I have some really old items that people want, and old mods and all stuff that like I farmed a shitload of back in the day, but haven't touched in yonks. It's actually newer stuff that I, like, in the last 2 years that I don't have as much of. There was a frame I've been farming recently that's just, it's because it was during the time I stopped playing for, like, months. Yeah, Citrine's, like, the only base frame I don't have, I think. Here we go. Alright, this I can show now. So this is pulling directly from my, like, inventory. My last updated inventory. Oh, this is all the stuff I own. And, like, it's not even owned. It's, like, I currently own. I do not sell anything. Yeah, Lavos Prime just came out recently as well. Oh yeah, Temple! That's right, Temple's a new character. I need to get Temple. I did like a little bit of the missions related to them. But yeah, so that gives you an idea of like what my collection status looks like in the game, right? Like you can see in the top corner there, yeah, 31, level 31, and I have a bunch of, like, random shit. It's weapons. Again, I don't sell weapons. This will probably be a really good showing of how, like, much of a collector I am. Oh yeah, Cedo Prime is one of the things I've been farming for whenever I pop in. Yeah, the Coda weapons, haven't got those yet, because those are very new. That's all the primary weapons. Well, pretty much all of them. Like, you can see, again, it's concerning how much I own in this game. My account is not a good account to show to a lot of people. Because then they start, like, going, like, oh god, I need to catch up. It's like, no, this is an account that is very old and has been going for a very long time. Yeah, one of these days I'll finish doing that. I haven't done any of the hounds yet, because I haven't done really any of the Sisters of Parvo stuff, because I just don't like doing fucking lit-related farming most of the time. In a certain game, fucking hell. I mean, I probably have... Warframe's nearly that, probably, with some of the stuff I have. Because I have a lot of, like, you can't get items for, like, from years and years ago. I don't even know what weapons are good for Gauss. Well, I mean, like, if you want weapon suggestions that are good for Gauss, obviously Exceltra being its signature is really good. It's an assault rifle with when the projectile is far enough away from you, it is, basically a miniature explosion. Is it a Leica frame? Yes, this is a Leica frame. This is my account that we're showing off at the moment. But I personally, with Gauss, tend to use, oh, what the fuck is the name of the infested arm cannon? Bubonico, because I have a ribbon for it. And it's really, really good. But you can use whatever. It's any gun that you don't have bad ammo economy for, and preferably is AoE. Like, fuck, I've used the Cernos Prime, or the infected Cernos. Mutilus Cernos or something like that, I think is the name of it, off the top of my head. I've used that on him a few times. Because that weapon's fucking insane. I mean, yeah, I used the Kuva Brahma back before it got nerfed into the fucking ground. I've used the Tsar on him. Lens just never felt good. Yeah, Mutilus Cernos, that's the one. Used the Mitre a few times, that was funny. Klaxon Vandal, which, yeah, that one was a pretty good one as well. Like, beam weapons and AoE weapons are really good on, them. I mean, Arc of Plasma is really fucking good as well. Because that's just a really solid AoE weapon. What parts do I have for... Because I think I sold some recently is the problem. Gauss. Need to scroll down a bit further. Gauss Prime. I don't have any spare parts from. Probably just using the normal bow because you're bored. Well, I mean, bows just suck, I'll be honest. They're not fun. They're slow and they very rarely, like, keep up with damage. Like, do whatever you want. Warframe, the beauty of Warframe is that theoretically I can make any weapon work in any way. One of my examples is, admittedly it took like 6 or 8 forma, but I made the Mark 1 Braddon able to do sortie stuff. Perfectly fine. Like, if you like something, you can make it work. It's just... The thing that you'll see often with the community, and they mistake this for power level, is how easy it is to use. Or, like, how easy it... Yeah, like, how easy it is to utilize at its fullest effectiveness. Like, Ignis Wraith is a great example of that. Ignis Wraith is super high investment, but it's super easy to use once you've got past that investment. That was always why, like, because, again, call me hipster argument, whatever of this one. So, back when, Solenoid Simulator was the meta, which many people don't remember that meta. It was, Mirage Solenoid Simulator. That was around when the Ignis Wraith kind of came out. I made a similar build to the Solenoid Simulator on the Ignis Wraith, and I was like, holy shit, this is just way better. I melt everything. This is great. I'm gonna use this more. And in, like, the last couple of years, people realized that was good, and they started doing it as well. Now, again, it's not an argument of I came up with it. I'm damn confident the few people I told about that build made that build meta or spread it further. I'm sure other people figured it out, because it's not a hard thing to figure out. But the fact is, there was like a solid year or so, I think, almost, where people thought the Ignis Wraith was not that great. And then it became one of the most popular weapons in the game. And I've done that with plenty of other weapons in the past. Like, I'll pick up a weapon and go, I can see how this could be strong. Make it strong. Ah, damn, this is good. And then, yeah. But, like, if I was to go into here, this is, it's just not gonna have the... maybe I just go to inventory. Yeah. So these are my relics that I've got. Some of these relics, by the way, are some of the original relics released, because I was there when they converted relics into converted from keys to relics. This account was there for that. But, like, yeah, mods as well. It won't show them because, like, I have a gazillion. What do you mean, tower keys? Well, it's because it was called void keys, is what they were called. And you would go to a planet, and you'd go to the void, and you'd have options of what you could do based on what keys you actually had. Because you had to have a key to go to the void. Like, the missions didn't turn up unless you had the keys. You could not access the mission. Tier 4 keys? Well, there was multiple tier keys. There was tier 1 to 4, right? Gonna go grind Warframe, see ya. Catch you later, Kit. But yeah, like, that was the old system. And the difference that system also had was the key only let you get there, it didn't result in the reward. Unlike the relics, where they result directly in the reward, which meant that survivals were more efficient. Let's not talk about raid keys. Oh, I remember raids. Raids were fun. They were shit by design sense, and they got bad later. Especially when all the bugs started really popping in. But I still remember doing all the raids. I remember grinding out, I think it was it Vahek was the one I did the most? That's why tier 4 survival key for 3-hour runs. Oh, that's 3 hours was like the bare minimum a lot of the time I saw. Like I've done 18-hour runs and shit. Like the 12-hour, 14-hour runs were fairly common for me in the group I had. Like full on, like we set aside an entire day to play. And how laggy and glitchy it got by the fucking end of that. Like, what was it? Avara was one of the big ones. Avara Necros was basically how you guaranteed the survival. Then Mesa, maybe someone else as well for DPS. I mean, oh yeah, Ember with Old World on Fire augment. which, like, I've just explained a fucking build that nobody understands. Is, like, I mean, I could talk about the era of Mesa Mag combo. No one remembers that. To explain that really quickly, Mesa's ult was it turned into a turret. She wasn't targeted. And Mag, you could pick up items if you were in a concept of AFK state, which is what they use now for the term. So what Mag would do, you'd sit in a corridor, you would turn on your 4, Mag would pull the items at the ends of the corridors in with the augment, and give them to Mesa, keeping her permanently up. As soon as the special chibi weapon was released after Zor's, I quit for real. I have no idea what you mean with that one. Nova Mag? Nova Mag was nowhere near as good. Nova has always been meta, but that's for the weirdest reasons. Mastery Helper. Let's have a little look at my mastery stuff. Game content, 78%. Oh yeah, it's because it's mainly like... Yeah, it's some of the warframes, some of the weapons, some of the companions I've just not done. Steel Path, I've been very lazy on. Steel Path, when it came out, I played Anaro's Prime when it released. I used Anaro's Prime to get all the way to the survival on Sedna, and then I just didn't play anymore. And I've occasionally done like some Steel Path missions to compensate. Railjack and Deveri, yeah. Deveri, I need to finish that last intrinsic. Railjack, question actually, I'm gonna wonder this if people would know about this. Do you know why I have not leveled up the final upgrade in Railjack? Because I actually have the points to do it. I've just never done it. There is a specific upgrade in Railjack that is actually a nerf. And I will never upgrade it as long as it stands as what it is. Close that now. But yeah, there is actually an upgrade in its in the trees. It is the capstone for one of the upgrade trees. It is actually a nerf to the to just everything. It actively makes things worse. It's the turret one. Because what the turret one does is for a brief moment on initial targeting and with a general cooldown, it will auto-target the turret a little bit. So it will drag the turret a little bit to try and auto-target, and it will use up additional heat on firing for it. So your gun overheats faster. So basically, it's you fight an auto-targeting system now because it tries to drag your cursor now. You have to fight an auto-targeter, and it overheats your weapon faster. It's just actively bad. To see what yours looks like, dude. My account is just. The best description is it's 90% of the game is owned. Like, the 90% of the game is done and owned. The last few updates I haven't really done. Like, the moment... like, I completed most of base, Holovalia, and I haven't done, like, any, like, much towards the new updates. I played a little bit when, the last Warframe got released. And, like, I'm talking maybe about 4 hours of that update, and I've basically not played since. Like I said, I ran one run quickly yesterday of, what's it fucking called? The vaults thing in... Is it the Nitrocell? Nitrocell or whatever? Warframes now have faces. Yeah, you can get skins that have faces. I bought the Nova one. Ember, my beloved. Well, some of them do. Not all of them. Keep that in mind. Because it's the characters in the thing. Does Ember have one? I don't think she does. Unless she was one of the new ones, and I don't remember the new ones very well. She might be one of the new ones. But yeah, I got Nova, which was one of the new ones. Because I saw that one and I was like, I mean, I'm just gonna get her. Nova's one of my, like, in recent times, most played frames, because, I made a really weird nuke build with her. That utilizes, a lot of weird synergy systems to nuke into, like, Steel Path. It's about spam. It's using her first ability, Augment, specifically, if anyone's wondering. It uses that with Nourish, and then a bunch of other stuff to, like, amplify the area of the nuke and tick rate of everything. So you've got, what is it? It's the alt augment, the first augment, the fire Archon mod. I can't remember which one it is. It's the one that means, like, your fire ticks faster or something. Or no, it double applies it, I think, is what it does. Abilities double apply fire. Something like that. And I basically, because of the way a lot of the synergies work with it, you can spam that every, like, half a second. And if you use... Fuck, what's its name? The Sentinel that groups enemies. You can pretty consistently just, like, get 10 enemies to turn up, press once or twice, kills all of them, and then it repeats the process over and over again. Because of the amount of area space that you're hitting with, and just how violent it is. Because, fun little thing, certain abilities are affected by Nourish, Nourish being the Sassoon from Grendel, and Null Stars are one of them. So you can make Null Stars do their base damage, fire damage, and viral damage. Which I'm sure anyone can understand why all three of the, like, damage types like that is really fucking good. Actually, what is Null Star's base damage anymore? Because it got changed with the rework as well. Nova Warframe. What is the thing? But yeah, like, also the change they did to her, her ult was amazing. I loved that. Blast, yeah, Blast. So, Blast, Viral, and, Heat is insane. And, like, at really high multipliers as well. And it basically means that you're refreshing her damage reduction on a higher regular basis. But yeah, Ember also got self-reworked again, right? And I think that's finally come out. So she's actually not super shit. Or as shit as she was when they did her, like, big overhaul that they did, which gave her that fire shield that nukes your energy. Which I still kind of liked what they tried to do with that. But, yeah. Look, I mean, I was a World on Fire enjoyer. World on Fire Augment enjoyer. I miss those days. Don't get me wrong, I know why they had to change that. But also, the irony that in the era we're in, I don't even think that's that good anymore. Because it would probably not affect XMI units, right? So it would just actively be bad. It's because CC just isn't good anymore. Ever since they did the overguard change to enemies, so they're CC immune basically, it fucking ruined CC builds. Poor Vauban's crying in the corner. Being, like, still objectively one of the, like, best utility frames there was for a long time. But now I mean, I think he's still good for doing the, like, him and Saren in the, whatever the Solmaris mission is again. Because you just do shitloads of vortexes and tons of viral and you get all your shit farmed up quickly and easy. Yeah, a fun little thing to anyone, if you ever wanted, like, one of the fastest EXPs in the game, EXP grinds, it's Saren, Vauban, in whatever the fuck it's called. I want to say Simulated Universe, but that's fucking, Star Rail. Sanctuary Onslaught, that's what it's called. Yeah. Because, if you have a full team of 4 and you've got, like, it's an EXP weekend with an EXP, buff, you are done in 2 missions? I think it is. Hey, you Darkrai, I'm doing alright. How about yourself? Herball's going well. But yeah, no, that was... I think that's still one of the best EXP farms in the game. Kind of like how, the 2 best credit farms are either Profit Taker with Chroma or Index Tier 2. It's Index Tier 2 2 rounds, I think was the fastest way to do it. I'm sick? Well, that's not good. Never fun to be sick. Hope you're taking care of yourself, or someone is taking care of you, one of the two. Actually really awful. Oh god. Okay, that's really sad to hear. I think I lost half of my brain power, like one part of the brain isn't there. I think I kind of know what you mean. Like for me, when I get sick, what happens... Give me a sec. Sorry, I'm really distracted by this. I have like what you could kind of consider like multi-track thinking, right? So I have like multiple thoughts going on at a given time, which is why I kind of switch around in conversations randomly. And can think about a lot of different things, like at any given time. I've got multiple thought tracks going. When I'm sick, the sicker I am, the less thought tracks I have. And there was like one time in the last like it'd be like 7 years now. 7-8 years ago, I caught... Oh no, it's whatever. Point is, when I was a lot, a fair while ago, I got chickenpox, and the moment you're like post 18, chickenpox is extremely deadly and really, really dangerous. So I was in that category. Point is, I got it, and during that time was one of the most like visceral experiences, like most intense experiences of I was down to a singular thought process. And it is really weird to me to only be able to think about one thing at a given time. It feels so strange. I thought no one gets that anymore? No, everyone gets that. What? chickenpox is still very, very relevant. Everyone gets it. It's just normally you get it younger. Which means that the results of it are pretty low. We get a lot of inoculations for it nowadays as well, but it doesn't prevent it. I think that was a thing. No, it's still very much a thing. It's still very highly infectious. Just never hear anyone talk about it. Yeah, it was because it's like no one does what they used to do, which was like the chickenpox parties, right? Or pox parties, I think was called. Where if one kid would get it, you would take them, like you'd make a party so everyone could get it, so they could get it out of the way. Like inoculation for it's really, really good nowadays, but yeah, no, where I was working, someone had shingles, which, if anyone's wondering what shingles is it's the virus reappearing, and it's something that normally takes like 50 to 60 years to occur. So this person was quite old, shingles reappeared, and I was told by the medical professional at the time that shingles was not infectious. Needless to say, not long after this event, that person lost their job. But yeah, it is 100% still infectious. You will get very, very ill, and it is not good to get, like, when you're beyond, like, 1820s sort of range. Like, it actually becomes, like, a life-threatening illness at that point. You mean the Bermuda Triangle? Is that what you're talking about, Darkro? No, it's still talked about in schools. It's just none of us, we've all realized that it's not relevant. The same reason why, like, you'll hear, oh, the sun's gonna explode in 1 trillion billion years, and you'll, as a kid, freak the fuck out, but then you, as an adult, don't think about it because it's not relevant. I know nothing about these things. No, you're fine. Don't apologize for not knowing something. Unless you actively made an effort to not know it, there's no problem. You did no action in making it a problem. But yeah, no, chickenpox bad, and I got real ill from that. It got horrendous as well. Trying to understand, I'm so sorry. My brain won't work. No, you're all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Again, not knowing something or not understanding something, that's fine. You're also sick, so you know, completely fair. But yeah, no, like, chickenpox bad. Chickenpox very, very bad. There's a reason why, like, it is recognized as being, like, such a bad thing. It's why I've got scars actually on my body from it, because when you're older, it's a lot harder to self-regulate certain things, and it's just more painful. One of the worst parts of it was, so you'd get them on your scalp. So, like, under your hair. And my hair felt heavy enough to aggravate the things there. And my god, it is an experience I have never been able to talk about, like, correctly, because it is just straight up, it's like, it's not even that your scalp is on fire, it is just excruciatingly painful. Like, it was so awful. Like, trying to have a shower, trying to do anything like that, it was just, I had to be on so much pain relief medication during that, but they couldn't put me on too much because then it might affect certain things about the chickenpox as well. And it might delay recovery time, which is not what you want to do. You want to get through that recovery as fast as possible. It was, yeah, it's not something I could ever wish upon someone, especially at a specific, beyond that age. Because it's like, hey, you know all those things that could go wrong with you? Like, okay, this might give the best explanation of how dangerous it can be. Your susceptibility to a lot of things goes up so high that things that should not occur until you're like in your 50s to 70s can occur in your 20s during chickenpox. Like, that's how weak your body gets. Like, it lowers your body to that extent. So, the older you get, the worse it gets. The longer that window becomes. Like, if you caught chickenpox in your, like, 30s, 40s onwards, it could just straight up be a death sentence. And that's terrifying. You guys hear about the island of Bermuda where people name it as Island of Devils after discovering first time claiming there was a monster and demons with human voices? It was just discovering parrots. Oh yes, no, I do remember that, sorry, yeah. Really trying to understand. I mean, let me know what you're not understanding with it. It's one of those things that don't apologize for not understanding something. Just tell me what you're not understanding. Because, again, I have a fucking degree in education. I am a teacher by heart. I ain't gonna yell at my students for not knowing something, especially if I haven't taught them. And if they can't understand it, then clearly I need to do better at explaining. To be fair, also, illness basically means that that's just a harder slope to go through. And it's not your fault, that's the illness fault. I'm sick and stupid. Don't fucking put yourself down. You ain't stupid. You're able to recognize if you don't understand something. You have any idea how, like, big of a thing that is? I mean, again, the shorthand of what I was saying about the chickenpox thing is the older you get, the more it's just, like, deadly. That's all you need to know. Because it fucks your body that badly. So the fact that I got it when I was a lot older was very, very bad. Like, I don't want to give any proper numbers either, because, like, what I was told was, like, in your 20s, it makes you, like, 50 years older than you currently are, in terms of things. In terms of, like, all your medical stuff. And it gets worse the older you are. That gap gets wider and wider. It's just, the reason why it's good when you're young is because your immune system is so much stronger as a child. Well, your body is a lot stronger when you're a child. So it compensates for it. Actually, I could just... Yeah, I can make it really easy to understand. With visuals. We have technology, after all. Where the fuck is my pen? There it is. Think of it like this. If you're like 10 years old, let's make that. This, I think, makes it easier to see. Right, yeah. So you're 10 years old. The distance that it makes your body actively feel, or like, it makes the hell thing, is like this distance. We're not going to say actual numbers, we're just going to make it kind of obvious. The moment you get to 20 years, the distance on, like, so this is the actual age, this is what your body is basically, like, immunity-wise at. And function-wise. At 20 years, it becomes like this. So you're, like, 70 plus years old. We'll say with this one, like, we'll just say you're, like, 20, whatever. Right? That's what it kind of does to your body. And then, like, the further you get along with, like, 30, this would just go completely obscene. That's what it basically does to your body. So say you're 70 plus years old. If you have chicken pox when you're like 20 years old. Your immune system, your the way your body is, all that. So the fact that I've got like heart conditions and like strokes and stuff like that in my family, basically we were like, cool, have fun. That was a scary time. I probably understand more. I mean, there's not really much to understand. It was just me explaining a situation I went through. And, like, how... Yeah. I mean, again, inoculation for it, so, like, vaccines and stuff for chickenpox have really, really kicked its ass a lot better. So you're a lot less likely to get it by comparison, but it still exists. It's still around, especially through stuff like shingles and all that. It's probably never going to truly go away. It's just going to probably become less and less common. But yeah, chickenpox parties still existed when I was younger. And they existed up until like the mid-2000s, right? I think they were just called pox parties as well. I don't remember. Think one of your relatives had shingles? Probably. I mean, again, shingles... So, shingles is... If you had chickenpox when you're younger, it basically... How do I explain... Okay, let's bring up paint again, because it's easier to explain it like that. Visual aid always helps. Pox party? Goddamn. Let's think of it kind of like this. So, let's say this little fella here is chickenpox. Right? What happens is once you've like gone past being ill, to you're better now. This fella goes dormant in your body. Or can just be there dormant. So it's doing nothing, right? Your body is able to deal with it. However, eventually after, say, again, this is very rough numbers, say, time passes, say, 50 plus years, you'll get shingles from it. So it's basically this virus finally coming out of dormancy to do it. That's some nice handwriting. Oh yeah, my handwriting is wild. I've had this handwriting for years now too. It's fucking weird. You should see when it gets really fast, it gets very hard to read. Very doctors-esque writing by the end. But that's kind of what shingles is. The difference is shingles is less deadly, right? Like, it's basically, it's a less scary version, than chickenpox. You can kind of get through it and it's perfectly fine. The problem is, what I was saying earlier, is that I was told shingles does not constitute infectious. Right? So we'll just do it's not infectious and won't result in chickenpox. This is incorrect. It is 100% is infectious, and you can catch chickenpox from it. So if someone has shingles, avoid them like you would with chickenpox. That is the main thing to take away from this. Now, don't be obviously rude about it, but also, shingles is infectious. And it fucked me the hell up. You sound like a doctor? I have always had a weird amount of knowledge about the human body. For most of my life, I always paid a lot of attention to biology. And then with all of the things that have gone wrong with my body, I know a lot about medical stuff. However, most of the information I'm giving here, take with a grain of salt. I am not a medical professional. I am not trained in any medical field. I am using information that has been given to me by other medical professionals, I've researched, or I've heard from word of mouth. There is a reason why my assumption was shingles was infectious. That was my understanding. I asked the medical professional there at the time, because this was a rest home that I worked at. And the head nurse told me, no, it is not infectious. So therefore, I didn't act upon anything. I didn't take any extra precautions or actions, because to my understanding, and it was pretty good understanding, I had never caught it. And I was told that it could be dangerous if I did at my age. Then obviously, like I said, what ended up happening for me was I kept doing the job, and I started to, my health started to go on a decline over, a week period. And I would start getting really, really hot and flustered very easily. I would overheat, I would feel out of breath, I would just feel generally not able to do stuff, very feverish. So we'll just say, I had a feverish during this time. And this, to me, how I believed this was, I couldn't keep up with the job, right? Now, admittedly, the job was really shit. And they treated me like trash during it, so that was part of it as well, as I just thought my body had finally caught up with me, doing 7-8 hour long shifts where I had to try and force 15 hours worth of work into it. And it was just near impossible to actually do. But the truth of it was, it wasn't this, it was chickenpox. So, this became very evident as, basically, for my birthday that year, I was going to go to Japan. Again, this is the story around Japan, my Japan trip. I was going to go on my trip to Japan, so I had taken 2 weeks worth of work off to go on my trip. And I decided that before these 2 weeks, I was going to hand in my notice. So it meant that after the 2 weeks, I had left. So I never basically came back to the job. So yeah, that was the end of it. At the very beginning of these 2 weeks, I started having spots turn up on my body. And people recognized this and were like, hey, you might need to go check if that's chickenpox. We got it checked out. It was chickenpox, and they're like, yeah, you can't go on the trip now. Because you're highly infectious. You would not be allowed on the plane. They would literally kick you out. So we had to delay our week-long trip till after my birthday. I think it was in July we ended up going. And we decided to reschedule to have a 2-week trip instead. Me and my mate. So I had already left the job. I then proceeded to basically, once I did this, I informed them during this period of time, hey, I caught chickenpox from this and that. And they're like, okay. I mean, that's not going to affect us really. I'm like, you need to know this because I have had this infection and I kind of want to take it up with, I basically said I want to take it to the head office. Like, I want to take it through, like, all the official channels to, like, make sure this is on. The problem was, at the time, what they did was with the head nurse, they had basically told her, leave. So what she did was she found another place to go work at, and then when, so she got a new job. And then what happened, because of this, is when I put in a complaint, they're just like, cool, clearly the main problem was her, she's left. Not there being any other problems potentially involved. No. The problem has left. You can't blame us anymore, you can't take this to court, you can't do anything. And they brick-walled the fuck out of me with that. And I was really pissed off. Needless to say, I could have probably had a court case if I pushed harder, but I was just really not feeling it at the time, surprisingly. And yeah. That's kind of like the important thing to take away from a lot of this, is just... yeah. And that was one of my better jobs I've ever worked at. That should also say a lot, by the way. If you ever wanted, like, an example of how shit my work things have been, this is probably one of the best examples. The problem has been resolved before you asked about it and before you even knew about it, so you can kindly fuck off. Yeah. Because the problem was, she had also caused so many other problems, because she was the head nurse, we were part of the kitchen staff, so we technically didn't come under her jurisdiction. However, she would demand things from us on a constant basis. We found out she actually had no way to do that. She literally shouldn't be allowed to do that according to the job descriptions. She could never request us to do stuff. She shouldn't even be talking to us external from medical-related situations. Where, like, say, if someone was ill, they needed something different for their food, then we would talk. Or if, like, we found something had gone wrong, we could contact her and go, hey, this person's fallen over. We're not actually supposed to get involved. We have to try and contact a nurse immediately and only apply basic first aid at best case scenario. Or like a worst case scenario. We are not supposed to get involved. But yeah, no, so she was abusing her position and being an absolute kind of bitch about it. So I'll never be very pleasant about that person. I'll say that now. Okay, I was going to make a weapon today to test. So what is the skill core? Skill const core. Let's make a test dummy thing for it in here. There we go. One time a nurse tried to flirt with me, talking about everything, but why they... That's really fucking annoying. Like, I'm bad for being part of the kind of category of people that, like, will talk off topic because I like to, make people feel happy and good in a social situation, right? Like, comfortable with the social situation, which is part of the issue I've had with nurses in the past, is like, I'll start talking and we talk about something slightly irrelevant, and as pleasantries, and it wastes a lot of time, but yeah. To be fair, I still remember, it wasn't even that long, I think it was last year, I think I talked about this on stream. I'd hung out with a mate, and there was a guy at the fish and chip shop that was, kind of into me, and it was really, really funny to me, and I was very flattered. I want to stress that. Like, it may sound like maybe I'm speaking early, but, like, I'll be honest with you, Chief, if I was in a better headspace, I would have gotten a phone number that night, and I would have been happy with that phone number. He was a very cute-looking boy. I like that boy. The difference is there was probably about a 10-year age gap. And he was like, I think he may have been like early 20s. At the oldest. Like, he was very cute though. And it's just, that moment was a very, very flattering moment for me. Okay, mister, I'm better at picking up days than picking up days. Calm down there. What is a funny story of just like, I go to a fish and chip shop, there's a cute guy there, and it's like, clearly there was a little bit of, reaction. Like, I'll be honest, if I had been there not with my mate as well, or like not to be seeing my mate, there was a good chance I was going home with someone else that night. It's just a fish and chip shop too. It's good fish and chips though, pretty decent. We got like fries and kumara chips and shit, it was good. The best a woman told you was, you don't look that bad. Oh, God. Oh, that's... Oh, that... Damn. It can't be that bad. Look. There's nothing I can say that makes it sound any better. That is rough. Holy shit. You say your face on Discord? Yeah, and you don't look that bad. Like, that's why I'm like, eh. I see no problem. I mean, if you want a fucking hysterical thing... wait, give me a second. I'll go on my phone and I'm gonna... I think I've shown this image before. But I'm gonna give myself an image to show on Discord. So I can, show these. Like, give me a second. I need to go... There you are. Go into my fucking camera stuff. Where is... I want to show an image of me after a really long week. And what I use as an example of, like, there is no way someone could like this. Right? Because that's the thing that I'll always stress. Do not always use yourself at, like, your peak. Ignore the other image, that's a potential spoiler. But this here. Like, this was after a week of, like, long hours and shit. Last year. You look better with glasses? Fuck yeah, I do. I also don't look like I'm actually dying in the moment. To be fair, my hair's also a lot longer now. It comes down to, like, here. So, that's a part of it. But yeah, no, that just, it doesn't look flattering in any capacity. Like, I'm trying to even discern where, like, the chin is. Like, this is clear the chin, but, like, what the fuck is this? I'm trying to understand if that's long hair on my neck, or if I didn't have a neck at the... I know I did. It just looks really bad. I guess that was back when I let it go, like, below Adam's apple. And I hadn't cleaned it up for a while, maybe. Meanwhile, by comparison, where is it? I mean, I look probably kind of shit right now, because I haven't cleaned myself up at all, because it's the morning. No, that's console. Where is my camera? Camera, activate, turn on. There we go. Have my hair not knotted up weirdly, just get it out of the way. Like, I'd argue I look a lot better than in that image right now. Partly it's because I look a little bit more lively and not so fucking dead. But yeah, as you can see, hair has gotten a lot longer since then too. Eh? Glorious locks! It's weird seeing two faces, the same voice. Yes. I always find this moment kind of funny. As well as the camera's there, the VTuber model's there. So this is straight on with the VTuber model, this is straight on with the camera. It's really funny. This is exactly how I imagined you look. I'll take that as a compliment. Tie my hair back up. To be fair, I'm also literally in a dressing gown right now. Maybe nostalgia for the old days before the VTuber model. Dude. Again, I have this kind of mixed thing of like, I have no hesitation to put the webcam on, right? Not at all. I don't care. But it's easy enough to put the model on now, right? To be fair, I've also, there we go, that's the old style of having it. It's me with my headphones on and everything as well. I took them off so I could show the hair. That's genuinely the case. But like, take off the dressing gown, it's just literally fucking... There we go. Back to the old days. And yeah... I don't have any muscle to show off, good lord. It's worse, because I kind of arguably have a bit there, but it's still just very lanky. The moment I do this way, though, it's like, what the fuck happened? There's nothing there. your face doxed by you and your name doxed by PayPal. I mean, I did show the fucking, degree the other day, so I'm full name dox. Try and look it up, go for it. You're not gonna find me easily. Made a very good job of it all. Get ready for you to take your identity. Identity theft is not a joke. How dare you? Also, you get to... I've talked about this a few times. The best part of the comparison point of the VTuber with the webcam on is really funny. So I'm going to minimize this a bit more and put it a bit closer so we have the actual more direct comparison point. It's really funny because I do not emote anywhere near with my face this much naturally. I am overexerting facial actions and stuff for the VTuber model, for the tracking. Otherwise, I'd be a bit more like this. This is actually kind of along these sorts of lines of where I'm at. Whereas, like, with the VTuber model, you can see I move around a lot more, and I definitely open up my mouth and face a fair bit more. It's weird. It's fascinating to see what changes with things like this, right? But yeah, no, it's the fun thing. There you go. Anyway. I remember being more static. Yeah, no, I was significantly more static. It also didn't help that the microphone was directly in front of me. So there's like very little of reason for me to move. Like, I was extremely stagnant during that time. I will not deny that in the slightest. So skill. It would be const func. No, what is it called? Oh, it is literally a const functionality. Go me for having the full thing, I guess. I think the other part of your brain died trying to process. Fair. I mean, it's the fun stuff with showcasing some of that stuff. Like, I find it funny. I find it very funny. I have no brain. Join the club. I'm looking at my code and hating myself. Going like, what the fuck, who wrote this? To be fair, it's a little bit better than it used to be. So, that's something. But yeah, like, it's always funny to me as well, because I've talked about this a lot with games, and I'll do this with myself as well, in a sense. Like, keep in mind, no matter what you say about yourself, you're probably not you're not the type you like, so you'll never probably look good to yourself. I don't really care actually how much I look or anything. I don't think I look incredibly amazing, but I know objectively I'm not that bad at looking. And that's a weird thought to do. It's so egotistical to say. Have to go getting tired, sorry. Nah, you're all good. Take a rest, have a good rest, and hope you feel better, Darkrai. Catch you later. But yeah, no, it's one of those weird ones where it's like, I get told highly regularly that I'm good looking by people. I'm like, look, I'll take average at best. When I look at myself, usually say it looks okay enough. Like, there was a portion of time where I cared a lot more about how I looked. And, I would actually, like, do, like, quite a lot of effort to try and do, like, moisturizing and all that sort of stuff. I would like to go back to doing some of that stuff, because it is just good, general health practices. But I've not really got a reason to do it anymore, and it sounds awful to say, but, like, I did it specifically when I was also partly on webcam, but also because I had a partner, and I had like, in my brain, there is an expectation that if you've got another person that's dealing with you on a highly regular basis, you should look their best for them as often as you can. Like, did I still wear PJs around the house, basically, or wear just, like, sweatpants and a shirt around the house that was, like, falling apart? Sure. But, like, I myself, I would ensure that, like, my teeth were brushed nice and regularly and nice and cleanly. My nails were cut really well. My facial hair was more or less always maintained nicely. Same with my actual hair, I would keep that relatively short, actually, for the most part, during my last relationship. And stuff like that. And that's kind of why, like, I don't do it a lot of the time, because I do a lot of stuff like that for other people, not because I care what they, I care what they see, or no, I don't care what they see, like, what I look like to them. I care to look my best for other people. It's so hard to explain. I don't care what they think I look like. I care what I look like to others. It's like, I want to look the best I actually am for other people, but I don't care what they think. I get it. Yeah, it's a weird one, because it's like, I don't care what they think, I just care that I look my best. And because I don't really talk and interact with as many people nowadays, I don't really care. I do bare minimum to, like, try and keep myself healthy. I'm not the one looking at my skin in the game, yeah. I guess it actually does sound very similar to my mentality with, how I do cosmetic stuff, right? It's like, if you're in a single player game and you don't get to see your character, I don't really give a shit. If you're in a multiplayer game, I make an effort to look a specific way inside of that context. Albeit, sometimes it is to look like the most fucking horrendous clown creature ever, but that's my effort. Like, if I'm actively trying to hurt your eyes, I'm putting the damn effort in. And that's probably how I would describe it best. I don't think there's anything initial I want for this weapon that I'm doing for testing purposes. It's all step related. No, it's not even step related. It's just gonna be... I guess I should do this. But yeah, it's always an interesting one to kind of think about how, like, people treat appearances and stuff like that. Everyone's got their own ways of doing it. And I don't think there's any true, like, wrong way to handle a lot of that stuff, right? As long as you feel happy and comfortable, I don't think there is any form of issue. Okay, what is going on here? Ah, that's gonna be the issue. Yeah. Okay, I can do that easily. There we go. And then I need the values one. Values is probably just gonna, what is it? It'll be new, skill, const, values, yeah. Is there anything else I'm missing from this list? Level up array. We're not going to care about level up array for now. So, okay. How do I want to handle how I do this stuff? That's... Because, like, a lot of this is handled inside of this constructor. And the constructor is going to be saved onto the player with its own version of it. So... what we need is potentially... we potentially need another function to be added, which is not just initial, but trigger. So, like, if it has a cooldown, it will trigger the cooldown thing, right? So, it'll be initial, then trigger. Like that. I mean, to be fair, I could just make an argument. It's, what we could do is remove all of this. Do that. So all functions are just func 1, func 2, whatever. that might be a better way of handling it long term. Okay, so this will be the function we have on when it will trigger. And then so we'll write here quickly, trigger function. The trigger function will be, yeah, probably should just be like this. God, I absolutely... Okay, can I just stress how much I fucking hate how, like, the bottom of this will always not show the last line? So I'm just gonna do this for a bunch so I can actually see this a little bit better. I hate it, I really do. Right, with instance create layer oplayer dot x oplayer dot y layer ID instances. I think that's it. Object, we will need a weapon parent. So we'll probably put it in here, skills. Create weapon parent. Go back to skill core. Weapon parent. There. It would make me bite my neighbors if I had to deal with that. Your neighbors? Why are you biting your neighbors? I wouldn't recommend that. That's a little too violent. Can't condone biting your neighbors. Unless they're into it. I guess, and then, like, you know, maybe they won't, like, spit on your delivery. You can hear one shouting at his kids right now. He's been at it for like 15 minutes. Ugh. This is when I asked, like, it's fucking 22. Oh my god, wait. It's 10:30 and he's yelling. Isn't that noise complaint territory? I don't know what the, like, local governance for you is, but, like, here I believe it's if it's post, like, 10 o'clock and the sound is above a certain level, you can actually put a fucking noise complaint in. Like, fuck me. That's so not acceptable. Especially knowing that's a weekday, right? Or a weeknight. Like, that's actually when that shit matters. That's why I got pissed at, like, fucking, my ex and her friend at the original place. Is, like, the amount of times it would be a fucking weeknight, like it'd be Sunday night, for example, and they're fucking yelling and shit at like 10, 11 p.m. and I'm like, motherfucker, I need to sleep. I get up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. Sometimes start shouting for no reason at midnight. Police were there a few times. Good lord. I mean, that's just unacceptable. Fucking treat your people around you with some respect. Good lord. So I need a create event and I need a step event. There we go. His own friend one time dragged him in front of the building and tried to beat him up 2 weeks ago. Fuck me. That reminds me of shit that I had to deal with when I was younger, and that's not okay. People shouldn't have to deal with that stuff, man. If you've got problems, keep them to your fucking self. Like that. Like, goddamn. Happy I am after moving. Yeah. Yeah. Tis fun. I mean, like, where I lived in the last place and where I live now, a little less where I am now, because there's some of the stuff nearby, but, like, in the last place I lived at, it was the first time I'd lived in, like, kind of a rich neighborhood. It's so weird. Like, okay, this is where I give, like, the opposite thing. So the last place I lived at was the first time I've lived in not, like, ghetto territory. Like, I'm used to at least 1 or 2 houses down a drug house, if not more than one. Like, that's why the last place was weird. Here is pretty chill, but I do know, like, a couple of blocks away exactly what's there, because it's not far from where I once lived. It's just wild to be in, like, a peaceful, safe environment. It almost felt disconcerting, because I'm like, I'm not hearing people yelling and screaming at each other. It's like the annoying shit is the day-to-day monotony noises. Like, you hear more cars just being cars and not being drag races. Like, I feel like I can more validly get pissed off at someone being a drag racer than I can someone just going down their driveway loudly. Or slightly loudly. think that works. Before moving here, I was living in basically a small rural village, a short walk away from town. It was technically part of our city, with all neighbors having some farm animals and knowing each other. Yeah, I can't imagine, like, that kind of transition. Like, I've lived in I've been in rural spots for periods of time, and that shit's just weird. Like, very weird to me. I've lived in cities most of my life, like, pretty, not busy, but, like, fairly busy cities. I mean, fuck, I'm in my home city, town, whatever you want to call it, which I have lived in all but, like, probably equivalent to 2.5 years now. At most 3 years of my, like, basically, at most 10% of my life I've lived in other places other than here. I want to say. Which is wild to think about. By the arguments X, Y for a collision. No, I needed space. Let's go rectangle. No, I need collision circle, I think it was. Or ellipse. So I need X minus it's gonna get really weird. X plus sprite width divided by 2. And then Y plus sprite height divided by 2. This is not how this should be done, by the way. This is very far off. Object O enemy parent. Pretty good Boolean. Precision. False. False. Okay, what's wrong with this? This is wrong. Yeah, this is I need to do this as a width, I think. For now. Like that. There we go. If you're wondering, I'm trying to set up the baseline code for how, potentially, like, collision checking will be done. This is extremely rough version of it. And when I say rough version, I mean, like, this is nowhere near what it actually will end up being. There's a lot more complex, architecture that needs to be added into this. Okay, so I need the dummy. I need to do... Okay, for now we'll do a bunch of weird shit to make this work. Like, a little bit okay. So with the target, health... I think it's current... minus equal... other dot damage... if health current is equal to, is less than or equal to 0, health current equals 0. Just for saving against overflow. And then, current damage. Is that what it's called? Plus equals other dot damage. And then destroy instance destroy other. Okay, so we'll do this with a projectile. It's probably be the easiest way to do this. Sprite index equals let's just do the whip icon, and then set direction equals all instances of Game Maker have built-in properties that no, I want to know what direction needs to be given. It's angle, right? How do I get angle? Point direction, that's what I need, right? Yeah. point direction, X, Y, mouse, X, mouse, Y. Speed equals... we'll just go speed equals 3, well, not 4. And then... because there needs to be speed hold values and stuff like that I need to do. There's a lot that... basically, this won't pause if I pause the game. It's the main thing that needs to be accepted with what I'm doing. I'm also going to just place a dummy down. I do need to actually give the dummy a sprite. So, let's go grab... Slimy. How was this done again? Just this way? Yeah. This is before I actually utilized frame rate correctly as well. Yeah. I do need to update Slimy. Slimy's been needing a, an update to the visuals for a while. There we go. I'm doing, session prep and getting extra reasons to hit Roll20. That's fair. I heard a lot of mixed things with Roll20. Okay, dummy. No, not characters, enemies, these be slimy. Trying to upload the image, storage extended. Yikes. That is, really annoying. Okay, and then... okay, I've got a couple of things I need to set up, so... let's see. Weapons... 0 equals... test skill? And then... for... for var I equals 0, and then I is less than array length weapons, and then I plus plus if weapons I is not equal -1, with weapons I it would be funk 1, funk 2. Alright. Oh, it's capital F. Why am no, don't do capital F. Don't do capital F, Malith. It sounds like a terrible idea. Just create complexity at that point. That makes no fucking sense. Okay. This should work. So test skill should return constructor of this. Let's see if we get a crash. Constructors should only be called using new. There we go. That was the issue. Cool. Alright. So that's... Now we should launch and we should get it to fire once. At this point in time, we just need to learn if it fires or not. If it fires or not, then we're good. Funk 2 not set. Where's that set? That's O player. Just gonna do this and let it crash again. So I can read the debug message. I want to see what this is returning, so I know what I'm working with. Huh, I've written something wrong. Is that the issue? No. Yeah, Funk 2 is not getting made. Why is Funk 2 not getting made? Do I need to argument count +1 this? When you say that, you sound like you're saying Haktor. Saying what? Wait, what? What am I saying? You made me query a lot of things. Just like that. It's almost like it's not transferring through. Did something twice? A funk? Function? No. Funk 1, Funk 2? Is that what it was? Funk 2? Oh god. Wait, I think I kinda hear it. I think you mumbled it and it sounded like that? Potentially. It doesn't help that, like, a lot of Kiwi phrasing uses the schwa in between as joiner for how we say things, so I could have been, like, Funk 2 and then tried to say something off of it as well. This is really weird, because this is just not getting the second function inputted in here. Is almost what looks like it's happening. That's interesting. just crash and I can see the number. But it is. Wait, what? Oh no. What the issue is. Ah, I'm an idiot. I haven't done programming in too long. Do you want to know what the issue is? I forgot. One of the most basic rules of programming. Yeah. Basic rules. In programming, we start at 0, not 1. Never start a land war in Asia. I mean, that's definitely up there. Invalid call on step event of weapon parent. Do I think it's with this? I think I need to do, its instance exists. Post that in there. Do this. Put that there. I think that's what's wrong. Because it's an invalid call. That's what's happening. What is the invalid call? Do I need to put this as, like, self? There's no way that's what's going on. If anything, it might need to be an other. I don't know what is going wrong here. Again, this is one of those things of if I go look at my old code, I'd probably figure it out real quickly, because I'll just copy and paste a couple of things over. Make it faster. but we're doing this from the ground up for a reason. Just this is a section that I kind of don't want to be doing this shit with, because I gain no benefit over redoing some of this stuff from the ground up. Yeah, it's still an invalid call. I'm trying to figure out what's the invalid part of it. If it is just the, these values aren't thinged. But they should be localized because the call should be local. Argument is not a method. What? What is step event? What is the value at step event? Clearly, I think that's what something's wrong there. I'm not transferring it through correctly. Ugh. It is undefined. Why are you undefined? It's because I'm doing it like that. Oh, it's because I was fucking calling it. I need to put the reference to it, not to call it. I think that was my issue. Yeah. Yep, there we go. And then let's do a really shitty way of doing this bit. So... There we go. I'm making very basic mistakes right now, which is really annoying. Game I need here, period. We'll give it, every 2 seconds we'll fire. Then units, type, we need time, source, seconds. And then for the callback, we'll put in fire. And then I don't need anything else. Oh, I do need to set it to repetition. Repetition, -1. think that's how you do infinite repetition, is it not? It's -1? Or is it... What is the repetition argument for how often it occurs? I'm sure it's -1 for infinite. Because we want an infinite trigger here. Just for testing purposes at the very least. Again, I'm not going to use time sources. I'm going to do like a significant bit of work. Yeah, no, it's -1. Is it not liking the fact that I'm doing the skip there? Yeah, that's it. And then time source start. There we go. So now every 2 seconds we should fire at the mouse cursor. Some of this architecture that we've got here is very loosely what we actually want to do. Oh god, that's fucking right. I haven't loaded it to context. If I do this, doesn't it force the context? Please tell me this forces the context. What I did wrong there was I made it so it falls out of scope. And because it falls out of scope, it's not relevant to this object anymore. And because it's no longer relevant to this object, when it would try and load something from the object, it would fail. It is still doing that, so I need to add in fire self target with target. That should fix it. We had to do a lot of with architecture before. This is kind of why I don't want to do it anymore. Alright, now we've got weapons firing. I'm just gonna also just quickly do, no, it's, image X scale equals, we'll give it 3 times. Y scale the same. And then, we need to go to a draw event. Draw. Is it? No, it's a draw text. X, Y, plus 10, and then what is the variable? It's just literally just the string. Cool. I love hearing the entire time you actually work on the game. You keep saying, I don't like it, I want to do it. It's very annoying, and so on. Welcome to programming. I want to do it. I mean, to be fair, also there's another argument to be put in, with how, like, a lot of the things I'm doing at the moment aren't really great to do. Because we are trying to just get stuff set up, right? Because at this point in time, we don't have... a lot of hard things to do. We've just got, like, annoying things to do. So we can ensure things are working. Like this. Like, if you look at a lot of some of the code we have got really heavily planned out code. Right now, we're doing stuff that I just need to ensure certain systems are working so I can get them to, like, do what I want them to. Oh, it's not current health, we've got health as current health. So it would be here. There we go. Also, why was the sprite not showing? Is it too big now? Potentially. Try that. Like, yeah, we are pushing things very fast right now to get them to work. Just be damaged then? No, because it needs to be the... So what's triggering Funk 2? This is interesting. Okay, this has led to me to another bit more of a weirder problem. So it should be this object here, the weapon parent trying to do. Damage. Let's try this. So I still don't understand why the dummy's not, like, visually there. There we go. Add on object. Okay, so we are not actually getting you to trigger the way I want you to, because I want you to trigger from the object. Which you should be doing, because you should be doing this. Do I need to write in a self-conturn, I think? Is it left in ambiguous space, is it? That might be what it is happening. Oh yeah, fucking weird thing that I saw this morning. Spoilers for Doctor Who, by the way, in case anyone's concerned. Fucking new Doctor got shown, apparently. Yeah, like the next Doctor. So apparently the current, well, the current Doctor, quotation marks, past tense now. That was part of like the new rebranding and stuff like that. He has already left after 2 seasons, which is sad. I think he was actually a very interesting actor. It was a cool take on Doctor Who from what I saw, but I do see that there was a lot of problems. But yeah, so we've got a new Doctor now. They've regenerated into, the actress that played Rose Tyler. Like Billie Piper. A lot of controversy. Yeah, like, I didn't see anything too bad with it all, but, like, I haven't watched it yet, right? So that's the point where, like, I don't know if I can comment all that. The problem Doctor Who has had is that, like, it has eternally been in an issue, and this is something people might not understand. Even in the original, there was issues with "this isn't my Doctor." How dare they? And there's been a lot of those sorts of things all the way through. And like, especially with the new Doctor Who, or like, not the new Doctor Who, but the previous Doctor Who, like, the issues were very, very prevalent with, it's like Christopher Eccleston came in and everyone loved her, or like people loved him or hated him because it's like, oh, this is the new Doctor, I don't like this. Then you get Tennant and people actually hated Tennant. They thought, it's like, oh, this isn't the Doctor I want. I want Eccleston back. Which is wild to think. Most of us love Tennant. And it was a constant thing. Hey, and yeah, yes, you did join in during Doctor Who Talk, because I was talking about how I saw this morning that we've got a new regeneration. And I liked what I saw of the new guy. I never watched any of his stuff, but I saw highlights. I saw nothing wrong with him. And the fact that he got 2 seasons is nice, at least. That's not too bad. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in what's happening next. Like, what that means, because I'll ask this before I re-say it. Yeah, have you seen who the new Doctor will be? And do you care about being spoiled? Because we've had a new regeneration. You have seen, don't worry, cool. Because yeah, having Billie Piper back will be cool. She's an incredible actress, and it will be interesting to have, like, the benefit I can see with this over Jodie is that, like, not Billie Piper. What is her actual name? No, yeah, it is Billie Piper's, because it's Tyler Rose, yeah. Like, is someone that has a lot of experience internal to Doctor Who. Unlike Jodie, again, not saying bad thing to Jodie. Jodie's an incredible actress, but like, the writing for her part was the part that let her down. And it's quite possible that she might not have actually had the room to assert, hey, I don't think this is quite right. Whereas I would assume Piper will. She'll be able to go like, hey, no, this isn't how Doctor Who works. It's like asking, I can't remember his name again, but the guy that did Force Awakens, or Force Unleashed, sorry. That guy, and how he's worked on all Star Wars projects now, is like one of the biggest, like, heads of, hey, I know what the fuck's going on with, the vision of Star Wars. This guy knows what he's talking about. And originally he was, like, brought in, it's like, it's like, no, he actually knows what the fuck he's saying. It's because, and I'm hoping it might be a situation a bit like that, where they've brought in someone that can actually go, hey, hands up, this isn't how this should work. Because that would be nice. I've heard that they went very, like, more magic fantasy with, the new Doctor Who stuff. Which I'm definitely down for. Like, the few times that they've interacted with stuff like the Pantheons and shit in the past have always been quite cool. I mean, Doctor Who's always been, like, touch and go with magic, right? Like, it's very much on the edge of how magic works. Just wrapped up the last speedrunner to write the write-ups for the CTFs. Had due in 10 minutes. Jeez. Wait, what have I done wrong? Ah, I see what I've done wrong. Okay, hopefully this contexts it. Seven out of the 9. Nice. Should have gone with 6 out of 9. Okay. I should get all of them except for the bonus ones. Fuck them. That's fair. Two days a week to dedicate school with some CTS. Taking me 2 days to beat. Yeesh. Why is that not showing up? I did set the dummy to be Sprite, right? It is visible. It is a Sprite. It's on instance layer. Why are you not turning up? Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot, the moment you override the draw event, you have to draw self. Wow, I've really gotten out of touch. You remember how earlier I said I was really out of touch? That right there is another example of how out of touch I am with programming at the moment. God damn. Alright, there you go. There he is. Okay, so we have proof of concept that damage can be done and applied correctly. We also have calculation of DPS, current damage, which flickers because you can't actually technically see it because it gets refreshed on frame. So it's once every, like, 60th of a second. What happened? Final Fantasy slowly absorbed coding cells for you? Yeah, it basically feels like that. To explain what happened, in programming, this is actually a fairly common case. So with Game Maker specifically, we'll say this, there is the draw event. The draw event is where you draw stuff related to the object that you're working with onto the screen. And what I fucked up with was I forgot to redraw self, because the moment you take over the draw event, you remove the default, which is all it has is draw self. So that's the issue there. Could make it last frame and only update on non-zero values. I mean last damage. Yeah, no, I could. But that would require a different value, because it's current damage. Current damage is getting used for total damage. I could change that, but yeah, no, I could probably just change some of the stuff for this. It's just, we're doing very, very shitty, like, dummy test, right? Like, this is, at this point in time, I'm gonna do a lot more work for this to get, like, average numbers and shit. So I can treat this like kind of like the League of Legends test dummies, if you've ever seen those. Yes, and now every achievement is Slay the Spire on your phone. Picked up Balatro for the train rides. So I'll actually openly admit to something I've done recently. I don't really have money as much as I should, and I made a terrible decision that has led to a bit of a spiral. Now, I recently bought a new game. Yeah. It was on sale, man. 10% off or something. We lost them. To be fair, I bought this. We can look. It was added to the library here, which is May 28th. So that was calendar will open up. Wednesday last week. So I've had this for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and I do only have 2.6 hours in, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Got a second win quite easily. I think I've only gotten 1 win so far. It's fun though. I'm enjoying it. It's a nice chill game to be able to play when I'm like needing to turn off and just kind of do some stuff. I could probably be playing it a lot more seriously and get like a lot better builds. Like I had one build that was, I think, the way I won, which was straights. It was a straights kind of build. I had one build that almost won, which was a Baron build. I had like two of the three core pieces you needed for it, I think it is. And but I just didn't get the scoring that I needed. I hit the big malt boss, which fucked me up. But yeah, I mean, like, I've also been playing a little bit of Hearthstone again in the background and general stuff like that. But again, like, it's been a lot of planning for this, making some of these additional characters, making some of the additional items and abilities that are going to be coming in next. I mean, I still think that, like, some of the ones I mentioned earlier are really interesting. What's some other ones that I have here that I didn't mention that I think are fun? Oh yeah, when you heal, gain 1% to a random stat. And if you would die, you'd lose all your bonus stats from this. Which, that was pretty good. I thought that was a fun idea, because it just entices, like, a really greedy sort of style of playing. I mean, that would probably... The problem is, so that one and the one I mentioned as well another time, the deal one, whenever an enemy dies, deal 1 damage to all enemies and then heal all allies for 1 health. Like, those have to be passives if I'm gonna do those, because I cannot let those two things ever see each other. Because basically that's like saying, whenever an enemy dies, gain 1% to a stat, and then also get more stats. Like, holy shit. That would be terrifying. Make a Sonic character when hit loses an item and needs to pick them back up or they disappear. That would be atrocious. That would be so unpleasant of a fucking time. Especially knowing, like, there's very few ways to just avoid damage, right? It'd be a consideration if there were more, like, options for that. But I feel like if I was to do something like that, I'd have to have, like, a passive that is 90% evasion. Or some shit. I also have another one here that's like, you cannot heal and all health is converted into shields aside from 1. Obviously, so you have 1 health, right? So you don't just lose the game from permadeath. Anyone that actually wants to know about that rule, yeah. Fun fact, if a game's like all but 1 health, that's them going like, we're too lazy to write in a unique case scenario to prevent death in this case, so we're just gonna give you 1 health. That's it. Right? It's a little fun fact to anyone that's wondering about that. Oh yeah! Here's one that I think is going to be interesting, and I might make this not, I might make this a modifier. This sounds more interesting as a modifier to me. Increase damage dealt to all full health targets by 100%. Now, what I mean by that, and there's a reason why, like, I'm wording it particularly. Did I say enemies? No, I didn't say enemies. I said targets. that means anything that has health takes 100% bonus damage if they're at full health. Friendly fire for the win. No, that's not friendly fire. That just means if you're at full health, you also take 100% bonus damage. Like, it just doubles damage you would receive. So, multi-targeting. Well, it's because it's going to be a passive effect everyone gets, right? So it would just be whenever damage would be dealt, amplify it by 100%. So it would be 2 times all damage dealt to anyone. Anytime you damage, anytime damage is dealt, like, it deals twice as much. It's just the rule. So it would be instance by instance basis, keep that in mind as well. It would not be like, if I was to hit an AoE on a crowd and only one of them was full health, all of them would take the bonus damage? No, it would be that one takes the bonus damage and everything else takes the normal damage. So you don't get, like, stacking nuclear bombs. I'm definitely avoiding the shit out of that. It would be a very specific instance of when this would occur. And it would be very specifically on damage dealt. On Mokoko violence, that would be fucking funny though. Like bosses? Yeah, no, it would be bosses, it would be enemies, it would be players take the damage. So like, builds that want you to be at full health are more dangerous with that modifier because, like, it becomes a risk-reward scenario, is you would be able to kill things easier, potentially, but it means that, like, you get hit, you have to suffer more. I thought that would be a fun one to introduce. Because it will be one of those ones where it's like, it will be considered a negative modifier, because I've made the rule that anything that creates more of a detriment, or like it creates a detriment in any capacity, is a negative modifier, even if it gives you a positive in return. Weapon scissors have the effect to kill every enemy. If it kills one of them with the AoE, you cut one. Equals you cut all. Yikes. Well, I mean, like, that's why, again, some of these ideas are really extreme. I still think the one that's, like, I'm tossing up how I have to balance it, because there's no way I can probably do it as is, was the one I mentioned earlier, which is whenever any enemy dies, deal 1 damage to all enemies, then heal all allies for 1 health. Those numbers are really low, but that could potentially escalate really fast. Like, do I make it so it's enemies that die within an area? Is it only deal that damage to enemies within an area? I don't know. It's balanced by the fact that it's a third hit of the combo and it's a slow as hell weapon. That makes sense. But, like, that's an ability that, like I said, that's gonna have to be tied to a passive at the very least. If not, like... the problem with that passive, and I'm gonna say this as plainly as I can, the problem with that passive is that that means that the entire character has to be balanced around that kind of passive. Right? Like, we had this issue with Iron Mouse for a while, where, like, she had parts of her kit that basically 90% of her kit relied on, and it felt shit. And it's something I want to try and avoid with a lot of design decisions, is like relying heavily on one part of a kit to be completely how the character is defined. That's why I say, like, the healing one, that also has to be a passive, like, gain a random stat whenever you would heal and you'd lose the stats on death. Like, that is a character's design. Like, that has to be how that character works. But also, then I just make it so, yeah, no, it's not about them. That's all about stats. That's stat sticking. So that creates this thing of the character actually has less identity. And it is the less definition. It's all about what you get with that character, external to it. So I could give them like really average weaponry and shit that makes it really strong. A lot of scaling orientated things. And then it would be down to how the player does it, where it's like the other weapons, other items, other stuff, you would try and find the best ways to make that as potent as possible. Like 100% you would try and find instance healing with that, because that's got nothing to do with the actual value healed. That's just you want the heal instance. And I thought that would be fun. Oh yeah, I also have a little note here. I'm sure this is one of those like fan favorite ideas. And what I mean by that is like, so you know how in games there's often like the community will go like, this is really funny. It's not good, but it's really funny. So what I mean by this is normally like an Exodia concept. Now what I mean specifically with that is not actually like a you win the game. It's a combine all these things for a powerful effect. That's what I mean, right? I wanted to add that specific thing in. It's not a you've won the game. It's a combo to achieve something. So what I kind of want to do is I want to kind of make some items that are really basic items that just give you basic stats, and say like 5 of them or whatever, basically your entire item inventory. And then make it, if you have all of them together, all of them multiply. So you would just go like from all of these giving like slightly adequate stats to just giving you insanely good stats. But it's like you're also losing out on synergies, on everything, right? I think that would be a fun thing to try and toss together at some point. Slay Spire did it good. Each character has at least 3 different gimmicks or strats to choose from when running them. Yes. No, I mean, like, the weakness I've got, right, is, by definition, I have a lot of characters, so therefore, each of the characters needs to have at least a distinctive build path. Or, not distinctive, but, like, this is what they kind of probably want to do, right? And I need to build their entire kit around playing into that kind of play style. There's a reason why, for example, I have it in my notes here, and I think I've mentioned it before. Kason is getting changed, so her the passive, the number 1 hostess, is going to instead turn into gain healing amp based on missing health instead of heal when out of combat. The reasoning is that, like, Kason's kit design is I want to be in the middle of enemies. And the idea before was that the number 1 hostess effect was so you could, like, get low, get out of the fight for a bit, and heal up fully and then go back into the fight. So it created a little bit of a tension point. But that's why I was like sitting there going, yeah, but that doesn't synergize. Like having it so you get healing amp based on missing health, way more interesting. It also means I could potentially one day like shift things around and shift that into the ability, move the ability to the passive, and then create an entirely new ability if I felt like she's feeling weak. It gives me room to be creative later down the line as well. It's the same with like how Juniper's kit has just basically evolved to being very like mass stats, mass casting, right? And why like her item is going to improve quite a lot when it finally gets redone up with the ways that I intend to do it, which is going to be like it gets unique levels specifically only for Juniper. So it gets way, way more potent in her hands, but it's still a damn good item external to that. And that, I think, is definitely really important for giving these characters kind of their unique feelings. Like, this is how you make the character feel unique. I mean, Neuro-sama will probably always feel like one of the most unique designs we have. Because of just the way she functions. It's because you're not even technically controlling your character anymore. Have a build with damage based on missing health on a health healing character could be a nice dynamic. Having the player manage how low. Well, it's because that's the thing, is so Kaison's ability is that when she would take damage, she gets stacking armor and damage percent. So the point is that she wants to be in the fight and she'll stabilize at a very specific point. My aim will be stabilizing very low health in general, but it means that, like, you've created this situation where you actually want a little bit of healing with her, maybe a bit of lifesteal or something like that, to just keep her as stable as possible in that fight. So it's not that you want her to be low health, it's that she gets strong, like, she gets harder to kill the lower her health is. But she wants to be constantly in a fight. So it means later on, you don't feel shit for having low health. Or like having enough healing to say that you can never get to low health because you feel like you're disadvantaged. It means that you're just not utilizing a potent effect of her kit that is a safety net. And I think that's really, really kind of where her kit design goes. I mean, like, Zen is one that is interesting to me because it just created, like, that was, how do I make a character feel, like, how do I do Zen in this kind of situation, right? Zentreya. And I sat there for a long time, and it's really hard, because, like, you just go, dragon. Okay, what else? The gecko. Okay, what else? None of that actually says game mechanics, per se. Which is why, like, her item is, what was it? Every so many hits you take, you become immune for a portion of time, and that has a cooldown. And that's to play on hardened. I think it's the name for it, or like the testing name for it, is hardened scales, because dragon. Then you've got the passive, which is enemies hit by the main weapon give cooldown reduction when they would die. And this decreases at a portion of, at a set amount over time. So it's, you can keep it fairly high very easily, creating this thing of, okay, so we've got a character that has immunity to some damage, so she's hardish to kill, and she gets cooldown rate. Then ultimate is you gain a bonus to your basic weapon, you get a little bit of armor, and like I said, maybe like some movement speed or flying movement or something like that, some weird mechanic there, to create this character that's like a bit harder to kill with her ult. Okay, so we've got a character that's fairly hard to kill. What is her ability then going to be? And I decided to do the summon thing with her little gecko, where it's like you get max health, like every set amount of time, like 30 seconds, you get a little bit of max health, you heal for your max health, and then it deals damage based on your max health in an area around it. It's like, cool. We have a character now that is fine with getting hit, but isn't asking to get hit, which is different to Kaison. So it's enabling a short-range kind of style of fighting that's, you don't get punished for just being short-ranged. You get enough support to allow you to be in that short range. So it means that the rest of your items and kit that you'd be getting would be probably a lot more aggressive weapon, like powers. Like you'd want stuff that gives you more damage, that utilizes that cooldown rate to deal more damage more often. That's kind of how her kit was designed. With Fauna, I mean, again, I think it's a little currently underdeveloped with Fauna, with how it's like, what was it? Weapon is damage, a zone that damages enemies and heals allies. A passive that when an enemy dies, you pick up a sapling, and then every so many saplings, you plant a tree that slows enemies and heals allies. I think I want to keep all but what the tree does. I want to do something different with the tree. I'll see what I can do. Maybe make it a turret sort of thing. Because then it makes her more summon orientated. Like a support that does summoner stuff. Like it attacks nearby enemies, I don't know. Then an item that's like when you would take damage, you heal equal to some of the damage you took, up to 100% of the damage you took. So healing amp means that over time you theoretically will over heal from damage taken. And then ability, when you heal your closest ally and yourself for a percentage of it. So it means that it's different to healing amp because it works external to healing amp. Like, it works alongside it. And it means that your healing affects an ally, which means that allies that want to be healed or don't want to run healing, but want to be healed, feel safer. And it also means that because it heals yourself as well for that amount, it heals you and a nearby ally, means that it doesn't actually feel shit if you're playing on your own. But also because that's the ability, that means you could run that on another character and you could feel quite happy about that. Like, you could run that on a carry that already likes healing, like, I guess, Iron Mouse. And with that being run, you would have a better shout at, like, you'd be a very carry-orientated thing, but you'd also offer some support capabilities. Would it be as strong as other options? Probably not, but it's also an answer, and it gives some creativity to design them, or creativity to the player and how they want to orientate their designs. I hope some of this made sense. A lot of this is like very weird design decisions, and I will openly admit to that. And a lot of it's also still up in the air with like numbers not being right, because I haven't tested with them and stuff like that. I just gave myself ideas with those numbers, going like, if it's 30% for like healing, then it's like slightly decent, but not a shitload. Like, my rule of thumb is like 100% is I want this to be impactful. If it's a decimal place, then I clearly am being very cautious with that number, is because I assume it will go very high very easily, so I have to keep it low. Stuff like that. Midnight has come. I'ma be off. Be back another time. Catch you later, yeah. Always good to hear from you. Oh, I mean, we're actually about to hit the 4-hour mark, and it's 10 AM instead of 11 AM. Oh my god, imagine. I mean, not like... God damn. That's what happens, I guess, when I start at 6 AM instead of 7 AM. Yeah, like, I'm thinking 4 hours, nice cutoff point here, and, yeah. Which is funny as well, because I'm pretty sure I could go into the house now, and one of the people is still probably asleep. Always funny. But yeah, no, I think I'll call it there. I got more or less most of the work done that I wanted to. So I hope at least from this people can understand where we're at with the parents rest in peace and the orphans frolic amongst the fields. Goddamn. But yeah, I hope with this at least it's understood like a lot of work has gone into stuff. I have been doing a lot of design things. And I'm hoping that by the end of this month, I will be able to at least, like, make it look like I've kind of caught back up again. Maybe best case scenario as well, I'll have something there for for people to actually test and play with again. I'll probably be posting that, like, in the Discord instead of, like, on the thing, because I feel like it would be rude to post something that's a downgrade more publicly. So for people that would want to test it, I'd put it there. But the fact that, like, we've got a basic weapon set up here, I can now use this to start coding how things will hit things, how numbers will be handled, and from there we can, like, do a lot of cool foundation work that I'm really excited for. So there's a reason why in the near future, like, very, very near future, I will probably set up a video to post, like, once I've got some weapons and shit actually in, a video to post to go like, hey, sorry it's been so long since I've posted about the game, here's where it's at, here's a video evidence of what we've got going. And that's, the fact is, again, once weapons start being made, weapons will just be easy to make, hopefully. Or, like, easier to make, and it will just get an escalation of speed and efficiency from there. Because I've made it much more doable with some of that stuff. But yeah, no, I think that's enough for it. So, what I'll say is, again, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.